804, 804 to incident command on scene. Emergency assistance needed. Budget office, 3rd floor.
Moved out of the ditch and the record was off the road.
Adam 420, Adam 4, mobile.
Please, get the gate.
To the queue.
Placement scan complete.
Go ahead. Did the customer give you a PIN by chance? If not, could you call them for one?
Hello.
Trim complete. Processed 21. Quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted.
Pound 0109. Try that and let me know if it works. Wow. She said from there you go to the left, and then go through the alley. Make a left and go through the alley. And turning that right.
10-4, cold worked, going to the alley.
Perfect. That's will be outside. Thank you.
124 caliber show frame 5 and 6, code 4.
Yeah.
For not paying their utility bill, and they go and cut the lock because they're tampering with the meter. They're cutting the lock. Do you file charges? Utility bill, and they go and cut the lock because they're tampering with the meter. They're cutting the lock. Do you file charges? Utility bill, and they go and cut
to steal water. That's a different issue. That's a greater level misdemeanor than we would normally deal with in our office. That's the police file those charges directly with the district attorney's office. It is enhanced because it involves a public utility. It's breaking the city's property related to the operation of a public utility. So that's one of the things that takes it to being a higher level misdemeanor and getting filed with the district attorney's office. But it did not come through us.
with the legal department, but it came through the city one way or another. I mean, somebody filed the complaint. Look, I get it. You break the crime, you get charged, I get it. But the doctor did not go and did it himself. I mean, it just blows my mind that we filed charges against him, man. And I feel, me personally, it's a witch hunt because Type B board wants to take his money away. My personal opinion, I could be 100% wrong, but my personal opinion, that's the reason behind it. And I just feel like, he's trying to better the west side of town, and he's trying to do as best as possible with what he has right now with the situation, with workers, money-wise, everything else, and I just feel that, and then for Type B to pass it yesterday, knowing that we had this on the agenda today, I mean, it just blows my mind.
Keep in mind that the city, the way the law is set up is the city council has essentially veto power over Type B expenditures prior to them being made. And that's part of the reforms that were made following the Hutto Hippo that Councilman Hernandez talked about.
So the decision that the board did yesterday, can we do anything about that decision?
So I'm saying, those programs and expenditures have to be approved in the first place by the city council, by the governing body. However,
so that contract's coming back to the council to council it?
Once the programs are in place, that contract is with the Type B corporation. It's not the city.
Placement
it's
scan complete.
It's a separate corporation. You appoint the board members and they serve at will, but it is a separate corporate entity.
So we can't do
within their discretion.
You can't do anything about it, Councilman.
So the only thing we can do is replace board members.
Yeah, they terminated the contract. You can't reinstate it. They would have to. Only the Type B board can.
Okay.
Trim
so
complete.
What's the deal with not accepting this money?
Processed 19.
We need to see, do you guys have an answer to that? Were we aware of a check that he was going to give us for $10,000? Anybody?
If we get a check in exchange.
Dan,
remaining
just
complete.
a second. Do you know, did anybody
22
give you a
files
check, Dan,
remained.
again?
Court process to determine what.
Linux
Okay,
voice
he was trying
control
to pay his ticket
restarted.
to you and not the judge?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the issue there.
It wasn't the ticket. It was for the water that supposedly he stole. He was trying to pay for that water. So he was trying to ask you guys how much money he owed y'all, and y'all never give him a price.
Well, we didn't have a
and we
meter.
talked about this in E-session. I remember exactly.
Yeah, we don't know how much because there's no meter. They illegally tapped into an active line with no meter, so. Did he talk to you, Dan? You didn't talk to.
Yeah, in discussions, there was an offer of a certain amount, but we had no ability to, like you said, there's no meter, there's no ability to determine how much water was taken or not, and it had to work its way through municipal court. In fact, he had court, I guess, today, and I don't know if the municipal court would determine an amount that needs to be paid.
Okay, so if we had money, it wouldn't have relieved him of his municipal court proceedings, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So there's nothing we can do, Miles. So he gets screwed with his $1.8 million. He gets screwed because he has charges filed against him. There's nothing we could do for him, like one or the other. Like what can we do for this guy? He's a small business owner from Corpus Christi who's investing in the west side of town.
I'm careful to talk about evidence in a live criminal case that's existing. I would normally
He didn't kill nobody. It's a misdemeanor charge. So just talk about him.
I would normally recommend that any criminal matter be dealt with in executive session, and we have dealt with this in executive session, and the evidence be received in executive session. So any relation of the evidence, and that's normally a law enforcement matter that involves the police and involves the discretion of the district attorney. And it's a state law matter in this case.
Just to maybe clarify, there were two types of penalties, wasn't there, infractions? There was a municipal court tickets, and then there was a criminal case of tapping into a municipal water system. Is that correct?
It was a criminal case. I believe it was a type of criminal mischief, but I'd have to go and do some research to get that. And I would recommend it be related in executive session because it's a live law enforcement matter. It's a criminal matter.
Right, but there's two kind of categories of issues that happen. We do have tickets. You asked the question, how long have we been charging people who steal water? Forever, probably.
As far as I've been here, I believe all cities.
Right, so that's a long-standing practice. So he was issued a ticket for watering on a day he shouldn't have been watering, right?
That was a separate issue.
Right, Wes? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So one issue was simple infractions handled at municipal court. That could happen to any of us, watering on a day you're not supposed to water. I don't know what the other issues were, but the more severe one that could have crippled the entire region's water supply is actively tapping into the city's water system without any permission. And if you may recall, prior to 7 years ago, the city couldn't use our water system because there was an issue with the distribution. So that's a bad scenario anywhere. Doesn't matter if it's Corpus Christi. So
I just don't like the fact how he's being treated, period. I mean, I don't see you guys treating anyone else like that. You know, this is a small business owners. I mean, this is not Valero. This is not the State Aquarium. I mean, I don't like the way he's being treated, and it's just not right.
We understand.
Business.
I mean, we're not treating him any differently. If somebody taps into the water system illegally.
I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about taking his money away.
We didn't take his money away. Yeah, the Type B board did that. Yeah, and we didn't recommend it. In fact, Dan McGinn was there yesterday, and he recommended against them taking any action yesterday. He recommended it for many reasons. One, he told the Type B board, you all are going to talk about it today. Two, they were going to municipal court today, and there could be some changes there. So the staff person, Dan McGinn, assistant city manager, said, don't take any action to the Type B board. They listened but took action anyway. So we've been handling this case just like we do every other case, and we didn't vote to take the money away. We can't do that. The Type B board did.
So there's nothing we can do, correct, Miles?
You know, the only thing I think he could do is if you want to contribute to the project, we'd have to find another funding source that you control. But this council doesn't control the Type A or B monies. The board does that you appoint. So if you found some other money, if we could identify other funding that you have discretion over, this council, then you could do something there. We'd have to work with you all to figure that out.
Does he have any recourses like to dispute or?
He could sue. We could go into mediation. You know, with the Type B board, right, Miles?
Yeah, the Type B board. The Type B board is not a mere board. It is actually a separate corporation. So just like the Type A corporation is a separate corporation, and being a separate corporate entity.
So next week I could submit a memo to change the board members if I wanted to. Correct?
Yes, it would.
At any given time.
They serve at will.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I want to make sure that
it has always been my position that we need to treat people fairly and the same, right? They should all have the same opportunity. You know, so we have a situation where this particular organization, Next Sports Company,
Right.
had some issues around, you know, I guess their contractor, you know, taking water. They had some delays, but this is not, I mean, you know, there's some legal issues here. But I don't recall this being an issue. I mean, you know, I don't recall us going after when Sam Kane Beef owed us, you know, $60,000 in unpaid utility bills. We have, you know, we've got to treat people the same. And unfortunately, I don't think things were adjudicated before the funding was removed from this company. I think all the work should have been done beforehand. The municipal court should have been all the legal questions should have been addressed and completed prior to this coming to Type B. Who put this on their agenda?
They did. The Type B board put it on. Everything you're saying, we advised them that, we recommended that yesterday, saying we would recommend you delay on any vote.
Okay.
And they listened, but they voted anyway. We don't vote, nor did we encourage them to vote.
Okay, well, I think we need to recommend them to review this or hold off until everything's adjudicated.
Yeah, that's what we told them. We knew today, municipal court, that Dr. Kingsley would be in municipal court today. He's there today. The police chief has finalized his review of this, and so
and that's fine. Like I said, I want to make sure that we treat people fairly and let the process go through beforehand. Now, I don't know, when they terminate the agreement, that doesn't have to come back to council for approval?
Correct, it doesn't. The agreement's not with the council, it's only with the Type B board.
That's correct. We can only approve the agreements, but if they decide to cancel the agreement, that's not something we have to bless.
That's correct, yeah.
So, well, I mean, that's designed that way because it's a fund. It's just like when we appoint to, you know, the RTA, that once they're appointed, they're responsible for the funding that's associated with it. You know, so there's some specific separations of powers that, you know, are good in some cases, bad in others. Ultimately, I think this is going to have to be a conversation that us individually will probably have to have with Type B board members to kind of address how they should, you know, consider due process. Ultimately, I don't want, you know, I'm not going to condemn someone or revert any of their issue, I mean, until everything is kind of settled, right?
All right.
Until we have, you know, if there's a lawsuit, then the lawsuit should be, you know, reviewed and completed before moving forward with something. It's just, you know, you're not guilty until proven innocent kind of thing. So,
yeah, right.
It's unfortunate that Type B decided to go in that direction. I don't know, but then I don't know what they heard. I don't know what was presented to them. I don't know what information they had. So I don't want to condemn them either, but I'm disappointed that we did not go through the entire process, both internally and with the municipal court, before making these kind of decisions.
The we is not us, though, Councilman. It's the Type B board elected yesterday after we told them we would recommend delaying any vote, but they listened and they decided to vote anyway.
Okay. Well, like I said,
I will want to make sure you know
I will reach out to individual board members and see if I can get their take on it.
You're right. I think that's the best
and then go
course
from there
for you all. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, I would suggest, Peter, if we can reach out, and we can, if that's more appropriate, to the chair, because I think this body needs to know exactly what took place, and they can write it out or however they want to do it, but just inform us of, you know.
We can put that request into them. I mean, we work with them just like we work with the city council.
Thank you.
We did, just for the record, though, I mean, regardless of who did it, there was a criminal offense and a municipal court offense. Somebody did something they shouldn't have done. And with the city staff does not look the other way. So we have to look into it, write them up, issue them a ticket, whatever. I don't know what the right words are, but we can't allow people to break the law, especially the city's water system.
Right.
And so we did what we needed to do, and we were fair and equitable, and we treat everybody the same. And we did the same thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilwoman Paxson?
Thank you. I would always advocate that we
Placement scan
follow due
complete.
process, and if there has been an error, make the appropriate adjustments to repair that. Additionally, I recognize that this is a small business owner that is trying to invest in a section of our town that truly would benefit from it. It doesn't sound like, and I haven't spoken to anyone representing that group myself, but it doesn't sound like they're interested in leaving things on a bad note.
Processed 21.
It sounds like they're trying to
Quarantine
make
0.
steps to repair any damages that it sounds unknowingly were party to. So I'm sensitive that it is still
Renaming
in
complete.
case, so I'm trying to choose words
24
carefully.
files renamed.
But keeping that in mind, under the consideration that they would like to make, the appropriate
Linux
amends,
voice
and
control
this body,
restarted.
our organization made a recommendation to the board, pause, let's let this play out a little bit more. They're trying to fix the problems. Let's let them do that before you proceed. Is there something, again, to be sensitive so we don't look as a council telling them which way to go on any one thing or another? Is there something we can do to one, recommend a revisit? Two, I'm curious, what were the sound bites? When staff recommended that they wait, what was their justification at completely disregarding that? Or, I say completely disregarding, but I don't know.
Yeah, Dan McGinn was there for us yesterday. Dan, what did they say? Because you did this in executive session or open session?
Red in color.
So he encouraged them in executive session to, you had several points that you told them. One, he's going to municipal court. Two, let's the case play out with go ahead.
We wanted to provide an update because we did issue a letter to cure. We had
Not we, the board did.
Board did.
Yeah.
The board issued a letter to cure within 60 days, which was the end of December. It didn't happen because the court date was pushed back to the 13th. And so we just wanted to make the board aware of that, and that some of the communication that I've had with the attorney and Dr. Kingsley about where they were at with the municipal court, and they had talked to the DA, and that those things were kind of in the works, but no real action has taken place yet. So we really just wanted to provide an update on those two things, and then we also wanted to make them aware about the item being placed on the agenda for today, that it happened pretty late last week. We just wanted to make sure they were aware of all those things, and that, that we would plan to bring this back in February to the Type B board, because we felt like hopefully those two items with the courts would be at least not, if not finished, at least we'd have a decision. And so that's where, as a staff, we just left it there, and then the board discussed it.
Is there a chance that they could bring this back to their agenda for revisit?
Can they legally undo it, Miles, or revisit it? Or?
All we can do is ask. We can't instruct. We can't.
I think there might be like a motion to reconsider.
I believe the last vote was a vote to terminate,
Yeah, it was.
And there would be
unanimous vote.
several possibilities after that vote. Like you said, a vote to reconsider possibly. They could vote to they could seek a different separate contract, a vote to reinstate. That there's some possibilities if they requested.
Okay, we can
deal with
work
their
with
previous
them and see
action.
what their options are. And just can I just speak to Councilman Cantus? We recommended this project years ago when we actually helped Dr. Kingsley, because initially the sizing of the property wasn't right. There was an issue of having to cross Old Brownsville Road to the parking lot. So we actually had staff help him kind of reconfigure. We're still advocates of the project. This is a great development not too far from the city's golf course over there. So we're supportive of the project. We've helped to advance it. But the Type B board is the one that makes the policy decision, and they have wrestled over the years with extensions in the contract. The municipal court tickets and the criminal case, they were concerned about it, and I think that's why they voted to cancel the contract. The contract had a very clear provision that says if the if the contract recipient breaks the law, then the contract could be voided. And they determined that that's what happened. So they terminated the contract.
It just sounds like there's a whole lot of, we hit the holidays, dates changed. There was a difference of a couple of weeks.
Right.
And I think that if those things had transpired in their rightful timeline, we'd be having potentially a much different meeting.
I believe so, right. I think part of the issue is, to Councilman Cantu's point, is Dr. Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums. He's a pediatrician, and he may not have the right type of help to help him do this. And so we've helped. Michael Dice has helped knowing that. But that's maybe the issues, is some could be unintentional. We're not sure about, did he know that his crews illegally tapped into the city's, the region's water supply system? We can't get a good answer on that, but so it's where we're at is where we're at right now.
Well, hopefully we can see about a couple of those measures we discussed to see about requesting a revisit, maybe something along those lines.
Okay, we'll work with the board chair. They do meet monthly, but they can have a special meeting as well, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Scott.
I thought I'd weigh in. I was at the closed session on this item, and I was alarmed by what was shared with me by city staff. I was alarmed and concerned about that project and what you all presented. I may even told Eric I thought some of our response was a little excessive, but I was alarmed by what happened, so I don't want that, I don't want the public to lose sight of that. I've got a lot of respect for the type B folks. I find this fascinating. I'm disappointed they met and decided yesterday. I would like Peter, Mayor, Council, them to come in exec or public, whatever it's supposed to tell us. My sense is that maybe they knew some things, and we haven't really articulated the timeline from beginning to now, which I think is important, right? I think there's additional information that might be relevant to why they made the decision they made that hasn't been shared because it's either privileged or it's an ongoing investigation. But I think we as a body, I want to hear it, and I guess I can call them. I know most of them. But I do think the body ought to hear, hey, why did you do what you did? And I think that's appropriate. I mean, we appoint you and you did something that we kind of thought was odd. And so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you know more than I know. And I'd kind of like to, be on the same page. So my ask would be to ask the type B board to come in a manner that you all deem appropriate and present the reason, the information they had and why they made the decisions they made. I think that would be important before I had any kind of conversation about anything going forward. That was my 2 cents.
And we can do that, Councilman. The issue here this afternoon is that this was placed, on the agenda late last week, so we haven't had the opportunity to get completely organized, but there is a lot of history to this. This project goes back, how many years, Miles? What was that? It's 3 years, maybe no, 4. Huh?
The original agreement was 2020. So
2020? Okay, so 7 years this has been going on. So there's a lot of history. And the board chair, Ms. Summers, has been on the Type B board probably for most of that time. So she has the advantage over us here of more access to information, and their thought process may be a little bit different than what we would come up with if we're just hearing it from the periphery for the first time. But so we'll work with them to see how do they come in and talk to the council. I mean, they're an extension of the city. The way the Type A, B boards work are governed by state law. Because we use sales tax for economic development, we got to do what the state law says. So the council appoints them, but they're a very independent authority, so to speak, and that contract is not with the council, it's with them and Next Sports. So we'll bring them here, but we'll get organized and try to show a timeline of how long this has been going on, how many deadlines they missed. The chief investigated, we can see what his, generally if he can speak about what he looked at, his municipal court tickets, that the judge is over there is hearing today, and we can have a presentation and show what happened. It's to try to get all this done in a few minutes and have an audience understand everything we're talking about. It's not going to happen today because the item was just introduced last week by council. So we need to do more due diligence. We could put together a presentation, bring in the right people from Type B board and help council better understand it.
I would recommend that any matters involving existing
2024 notice date.
legal matters like criminal
ID expires
charges
in
that may be
2022.
pending
Three days remaining.
be done in executive session because of the potential for interference with law enforcement. We can make these, we've made a presentation in executive session in November, and we can always update that if requested.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, Eric, I'm glad that you brought it forward, and that's the reason I signed it, because I think every council member, if they have a concern, should get to put something on the agenda. I didn't know a whole lot about it, but I will say this. The city's not at fault here, because if someone is stealing water, you do get a ticket. But he probably was not the one doing it. It was probably a worker. He was probably not out there doing it. He probably didn't even know about it. So not to hear him out is a shame. And I'm very disappointed. I think that the Type B board showed very poor judgment, bad judgment, whenever you ask and Dan McGinn asked them not to do it. They should have at least given you the courtesy to came back and said, this is the reason we did it. And they didn't do that. They've been on my list because today on that parking lot, that was not economic development. So anyway, I just think that they should come forward and they should explain it to us. But I think they should have waited till the lawsuit was over, because you're assuming someone's guilty, pursuing it before they even have a chance to present it. So I think that was bad judgment, and that's a concern for me, that there was nobody on there that stopped and said, hey, let's wait until we get the final outcome. Nothing. The thing I do want to ask you is, you said that I think you got a ticket for watering on a day he wasn't supposed to. Is that correct?
That was one of the tickets. We got watering on a day. That's
Did
how
he
it
pay
came
it?
to our attention. Well, it's in municipal court today. I'm not sure because he's in court.
Okay, I want to ask you this, because I've said this before.
Okay,
Before I got on council, my husband, I think, left the water hose running in the back. So I got a ticket. I immediately, $500, immediately paid it.
Right.
So did he have the opportunity to
Yes,
pay
he
it?
did.
And
Yeah,
he didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah, he had the opportunity to pay the window fine, as they call it, but he elected to see the judge, and that's what he's done today.
Try and talk out of it.
Yeah. That was his choice, not ours.
Okay.
He could have
Well,
done what your husband did and paid the bill.
I don't hold the
Starting
city or the police
Jason,
accountable for
security
this. I
scout.
mean, he's accountable.
Right.
But I do wish that the Type B board had not done it like they did. That was just not right. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor.
Placement scan complete.
First off, this project was brought to me in 2019. 2019 as a district council member. I remember originally their initial site was where the initial site of Carroll High School was going to be before it was moved. And they were looking at that property. And then they fell into the challenges that everybody dealt with regard to the ACUs, and they want to do that controversy. And so we worked with them to try and keep it in District 3, and then we were able to get them off of the Cliff Moss
Trim
and Old
complete.
Brownsville Road location.
Process
which I was really
21,
excited about
quarantine
what
0.
it was. We've had, I know Randy's in here, but it predates Randy because he was at the city maybe at that time. But I know when we initially brought the application, there was a concern with
Renaming
financing.
complete.
And there were some
24
challenges with
files
financing.
renamed.
Dare I say, I used my influence with the board to at least move further, because then it was a
Linux voice control
payment on
restarted.
performance. So we worked out through that to get the payment on performance. During that time, obviously the pandemic came. We were able to utilize that to encourage the Type B board to extend the deadline at that time, of which they were supposed to have all permits and to move forward with basically their action plan. At one time, there was a hotel involved. There was a big grand plan, of which at one time we tried to remain optimistic. And my argument at that time, as is always, is it's just a grain field with that has an ag exemption. And if we can build anything out there, then somebody's going to have to pay taxes on the improvements. And so that's basically what we went to the Type B board and asked them to continue to move on because it's based on performance. Does anyone here know how many extensions were granted in total? Yes, sir.
3.
3. And that was the course after how many years?
The original agreement was approved October 2020. The last amendment, the third amendment, occurred in April of 2025.
Okay, so I think one thing I just want to make clear. I want to commend city staff for all the work they've done on this. I mean, and with regard, we talk a lot about consistency, and if if a crime is committed by a developer or property owner, then they should take responsibility no matter who it is that they hire. They have to take responsibility for the contractors they hire. I just read a motion for taking responsibility for something that was not entirely our fault, but because we didn't operate the machinery adequately, and because it was a rental piece of machinery, then we decided that we had to take responsibility. So the developer has to take some level of responsibility. And we did. So that's the thing. So now we've gone through this process, and much to a ton of staff time, and basically law enforcement came in and said it's a crime to utilize the city's resources and to circumvent that. And so I want to commend them for following the process of which they should follow. Now, for somehow or another, this individual wants to invest money. They still have not met the obligations of what they originally said that they were going to do back in 2020. We've amended that on 3 different occasions, which takes staff time, which takes type B time. So I think it's just very premature to bring this here and to hurl accusations at staff when you guys did your job. You just said that you gave them several opportunities, and we said we made 3 amendments, so that takes staff time to be able to do that. In addition, I'm just looking at my time here. In addition, we have an individual that has tapped into resources that we don't know to what level, if it is a felony or not, that they took more than $1,500 worth of water. We have no idea, and there's no way that we can have an idea. So I just don't want to get to the point as to where we're trying to blame staff for the negligence of a developer. Whether he did it on purpose or not, that's whether it's with intent or not, then that's for the district attorney to decide, not us to decide. And to waste staff time or to use staff time until we let all that play out, I just think it's wrong. I appreciate those guys on the Type B board. They've been taking a lot of scrutiny lately. They've been taking a lot of scrutiny for making good decisions. It doesn't necessarily have to be the decision that we care for, because we want to circumvent the process. But I want to commend them, and I want to commend you, 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 and I want to commend you back there, because you've done everything you can to try and help those kids on the west side. And I appreciate it. Thank you much.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I did agree for this discussion to come because I wanted clarification, and I wasn't sure why the Type B board, the way I saw it, was rushed. But like it has been brought to light, there has been 3 extensions on this particular project. The time is really disappointing, because here they are the very next day, maybe hopefully getting that resolved. And it is disappointing that they couldn't wait at least a week for this. I also am curious how much they have invested in this project. Do you know, Dan? Do we know? Overall, how much has this company, has Next Sports Company already invested in this? $4 million? Okay.
$4 million to date, yeah, with another phase that would occur future years.
Uh-huh. And how much, like right now, I think they have like the soccer field, right now? What do they have now built?
Correct, yeah, they have completed phase 1, which includes 6 soccer fields, grass, and 2 artificial fields that are well, they're all really multi-purpose, but 8 total. Parking lot has been completed, they have lights.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've been fortunate enough to be able to go and watch my granddaughter go play in one of those fields, and it was just really nice to be able to see how nice, the field was and how lighted and what have you. But again, it is very disappointing that we couldn't come to an agreement just by talking to one another and finding out just a little bit more. It is good that it was brought to light. I hope that we and they are able to resolve this issue and hopefully still be able to complete this project. I'll do whatever I can to help them. But again, I
Everything
just
looks
wanted
good.
to just hear it from you all, just how much they have actually invested, and it's already been quite a bit, and we're already starting to see the fruits of their labor. So anyway, that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That's all the remarks and questions. So we're going to go ahead and move on. I don't think there's any action for this. To maybe coordinate something to.
Yeah, we'll work with the Type B board chair.
Right.
And
Bring it back.
probably put something on the 27th agenda and maybe the first one in February, depending on our timing.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 23. Yes, I'm so sorry. We didn't open public comment on this. If you'd like to make public comment on item number 22.
Robin Cox, District 3. Not that this is the one yet. I had at least 3 times, I'm a landlord, and I had tenants break the meters, and I had to pay. I had to pay for it. And I always thought it was unfair that the meat plant got to walk away scot-free with millions of dollars. But on a sidebar note, this is for everybody at home, everybody out here, I want to take note that on January 13th at 4:45, Peter Zanoni said, we can't let people break the law. So we all need to take note of that. We can't let people break the law. So that law is for not only for this, but for other things coming up. I just wanted to let you know that even he says you can't let people break the law, and that's not to do with this. It's to do with things we're talking about later.
So little. Rachel Caballero, D1. I'm not a politician, and I'm not forced to play the word salad game that's being played now. Staff does lie. You do lie. Everybody does illegal things that I've witnessed over the course of the last 5 years. So that was a line of crapola. And Councilman, maybe you have the doctor reach out to one of the city manager's 8,000 consultants to get help maneuvering through his project. This goes to picking and choosing the winners and losers in town, because nothing was done to South Texas beef. Nothing's been done to Bootstrap. Nothing was done to the Wilson Plaza when they were arrears in their water bills. So this is a blatant attempt at picking winners and losers. And this is the type of behavior that this community is done with. So we will be making the necessary decisions come November to end this. Thank you.
Hello, Aaron Hammy, Corpus Christi. I've worked with just about all of you in my previous job. I'm now with Corpus Christi FC and under the Next Sports Complex, or Next Sports Company. I think you guys know me pretty well that I don't misconstrue things, and I just have to come up and say that this is definitely just a misunderstanding between all parties. I definitely agree with a lot of you that this was done in haste between the Type B board because we didn't even know they were voting on it. Our lawyers didn't know they were voting on it. Nobody had any idea about this. We'd been working with Dan McGinn, and I appreciate all the work Dan's been doing. He's had our back trying to get us resolving through all of this, and we've done what we can to try and make amends to this. We want this project to work. We want to have a great relationship with the city. We've been trying to fix this problem as diligently as we can. I spoke with attorneys before coming here today, and what I've been told is that their decision is based on the criminal charges that have been brought up here. But from what they've told me is that the DA is not going forward with the charges. Complete. We are just waiting for a letter stating that they're not going forward with this, and they definitely moved out of haste with this. We're ready to pay the fine. We were ready to do it. I don't know why. I can't speak to Dr. Kingsley's decisions on not paying it immediately, but we're ready to make amends for this. I believe the court date was pushed back from today, so we still have to wait a little bit longer for that to get resolved. But this project is for good. The west side needs it. This is not
Trim
just for the west
complete.
side, but the entire city. We have
Process
soccer fields,
21,
but they're for everybody.
quarantine
Football,
0.
lacrosse, anything. Taking kids off the streets, putting them to good use on the fields, learning life lessons, teamwork lessons. And then we have our pro team coming. That's exciting. First pro soccer team in Corpus Christi.
Renaming complete.
Got to be exciting.
21
so
files
I'm excited for
renamed.
it. I mean, I took a pay cut to take this job instead of sticking with news. So I'm passionate about this, and I hope that speaks to it. But I hope you guys see that
Linux
this
voice
is
control
wrong, and we
restarted.
should really try and fix it. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment on item number 22, and we are going to move on to item number 23. And that is discuss and consider possible action to receive a comprehensive report from Corpus Christi Animal Care Services on daily operations, staffing levels, intake and outcome data, and current challenges. Also, an update on the timeline and process for filling the Animal Care Services Director position with clarification on leadership continuity during the transition as requested by council members Eric Cantu, Carolyn Vaughn, and Kaylin Paxson. Oh, who's going to speak on that? Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you guys have a report for me?
So good afternoon, Sony Parnell, Assistant City Manager. So there was a comprehensive report that we sent at the end of December. Don't remember the exact day, but we sent it to council, and in that report, it was about the fiscal year 25 City Gate report, which is a multi-year phased recommendation strategy. So we completed the FY25 schedule, and so we did send that report out to City Council, as well as an update on the capital improvement projects that City Council approved last fiscal year. And so those we've been sending out bi-monthly by way of memo, but in December we included it as part of the report. And then the update on the CIP projects, we'll be sending that to council bi-monthly. So the next one will be sent to council in February.
So we have nothing for today. You have anything to show me today? Any numbers? How many animals got killed last month?
So for that report, that would be our shuttle statistics. So on those, we do post annually as well. So the report that we sent to council was on Citygate. But we do have the information regarding our shelter statistics, our outcome, our live release rate, our euthanasia rate.
Can I see that?
And then what we'll do as well is we'll resend the council the comprehensive report that we had sent out in December as well. Yes, sir. And for the community to know, is those statistics, they are available on our website. They're updated monthly on our animal care website, the shelter statistics.
So you have nothing to show us on the screens?
We can go ahead and
We don't, Council. So this, this is a 3-signature memo, and we know you authored it, and we appreciate and respect that.
Okay, so how about this? Director, how many animals did we kill last month?
Okay, yeah.
It's a lot because they're tampering with the meter. They're cutting the lot. Do you file charges to this bill? It's a lot because they're tampering with the meter. They're cutting the lot. Do you file charges to this bill?
Sorry, can you take a look at Howard for locals?
20, handle to this Corpus, Solo, fuel 310 ET5.
55.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 19, quarantined 2. Renaming complete. 19 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted.
Halo 2 down at
Shoreline.
Kilo 2, stay contacted, shoreline.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 18, quarantined 3. Renaming complete. 18 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 18. Quarantined 3. Renaming complete. 18 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20, quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted. Starting JSON security scan. Placement scan complete.
Three Charles 705 Corpus Highway 3 Charles 704.
Trim complete. Processed 20, quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted. Scan complete. Everything looks good.
Three Charles, 714 Corpus. If you can send next available heavy record on my location.
Six 31.
Hi.
It's reported a report of a breakfast driver off of Mexico and Lopez Street, had green colored truck driving up and down the street, swerving. The driver is intoxicated.
Busy standby. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 19, quarantined 2. Renaming complete. 19 files renamed. Database reorganized. 506. Quarantined 0 empty folders. Linux voice control restarted. Return to station.
Please. It's going to be George Nora Victor 1791. George Nora Victor 1791. I'm going to be at Harper Island.
Return to station.
Halo 2. Halo 2. And 2 is off of Shoreline Hospital heading back to Halo, correction, Bevo Base. Got 3 on board, 570 in gas, and should be there in about 23 minutes. After 23 minutes, I'm off to Bevo Base.
after the 12 y'all call for.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted.
Good. This one out here at 46 Great Lakes, we're going to change it from an S1 outside to a cart hit meter. You need the work order?
No, I've got it.
made repairs, rendered safe. How would you tell the board?
Placement scan complete.
If you're complete over there, you're good to go.
And go.
Trim complete. Processed 21. Renaming complete. 21 files. Linux voice control restarted.
like Halo 2 arrival, Evo.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20. Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted.
I got Halo 4 is off at 5:30, 5 minutes to Halo base. 3 souls, 5:30 fuel.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 19. Renaming complete. 22 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted. Starting JSON security scan. Scan complete. Everything looks good. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20, quarantined. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted.
Halo Florida, flight from. Just be advised, we're going to call a timeout for crew rest and debrief. Right, is it to call Randy?
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21 quarantines. Renaming complete. 21 files. Linux voice control restarted. Call by phone. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 19. Renaming complete. 19 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted. Return to station. Good signal. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21. Quarantine. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted.
156.
Good.
Supervisor will expect. We'll go ahead and send confirmation.
Several.
Arriving with 115. Super.
Negative fight in progress. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 18. Quarantined. Renaming complete. 18. Linux voice control restarted. Urgent expedite. Urgent expedite.
One v 6. Can we check to see if there's canine available?
Urgent expedite. Urgent expedite.
And let me give you a call real quick before you request one.
Perfect. 146, 95 times 1.
Go ahead.
Perfect.
Starting JSON security scan.
Show me 1042.
Ending tour of duty. Ending tour of duty. Ending tour of duty.
32, y'all call for it. Freeze.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. Linux voice control restarted.
And Councilman, can I just finish while she's getting that? So if the council wants us to, we can put a presentation on the next council agenda. We're not sure if the majority of the council wanted the presentation because 3 is not 9. And so the council needs to, the item is to discuss, do you want to hear a briefing? What Sony said is what we did do, unbeknownst to it was prior to this item, it was before this item, we did send a report like we normally do. It was a good comprehensive report, but we're not prepared
Scan complete. Everything looks good.
Prepared today with 7 pre-signature memos. We wouldn't have had time to get ready to do all these in good shape for today. The next council meeting's January 27th, so we can present and on the screen and
Reset
council can get
all
it ahead of
audio.
time through the normal business process. It takes a little bit of time to prepare material to include them in the agenda posting. We're not trying to delay or
Okay, so.
dodge the issue, Councilman.
So
but
what's
yeah.
the status of getting a new director?
Yeah, so on that one, we
Because my personal opinion, Peter, we have a lot of great candidates who applied for the director position, and I just don't understand why we're waiting so long for this, and that department is not ran right. And so long, we're killing animals for space, and they're gonna say they're not. Because they're going to label them as medical reasons. We're killing animals for space. I think the public needs answers. What do we need to do? Do we need to do a bond to medical reasons? We're killing animals for space. I think the public needs answers. What do we need to do? Do we need to do a bond to medical reasons? We're killing animals for space. I think the public needs answers.
I think part of the issue is, to Councilman Canty's point, is Dr. Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums. He's a pediatrician. And he may not have the right type of help to help him do this. And so we've helped. I think part of the issue is that, Councilman Canty's point is maybe the issue is Dr. Kingsley is not sure expert at building stadiums. He's a pediatrician, legally tapped into the cities. And he may not have the right type of help to help him do this. And so we've helped. Michael Dice has helped knowing that. But that's maybe the issue is that some could be unintentional. We're not sure. Well, did he know that his crews illegally tapped into the cities, the region's water supply system? We can't get a we can have a presentation and show what happened. It's more to try to get all this done in a few minutes and have an audience understand. Because the items were just introduced last week at council. So we need to do more diligence to put together a presentation, bring in
As far as the
I would recommend that any matters involving existing legal matters like
parking lot. I want to use some other funds. Okay, that's my soapbox. Thanks.
Thank you.
That is what y'all call for.
The time is really disappointing, because here they are the very next day, maybe hopefully getting that resolved. And it is disappointing that they really weren't disappointing, because here they are the very next day.
We can't do it. We don't have people.
Maybe hopefully getting that resolved. I'm curious how much they have disappointing that they invested in this project. Do you know
important decisions we're going to make on this detail. So we want to make sure the forecast
I also am curious how much they have
just want to clarify things.
invested in this project. Do you know, Dan?
Thank you, Mayor.
I also just want to clarify that we are here again because, after we initially voted this down, down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project.
I want to do it, but use some other funds.
You know, you're not sitting at the table.
Okay, well, I want to do it, but use some other funds.
So, again, I just want to say, this is just here.
I want to do it, but use some other funds.
You know, you're not sitting at the table.
I know, that's my bookbox. I want to do it, but use some other funds. I want to do it, but use some other funds. Okay, that's my bookbox.
Begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to decision-making and services to the people. Begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address personal attacks and disruptions to public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making and services to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or
picture on anything that you bring to council, that it's, you know, it's not just what's in front of us, it's the entire 50,000-foot view.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
You come to Corpus Christi, and so
Negative
that
fight
to
in
me
progress.
gives me that qualification under the economic development.
Linux voice control restarted. Voice control restarted.
They're probably going to stay here. They're going to spend other tax dollars in our district.
That's such a salad talk. I do not see how in the world this is an economic development. How y'all can consider that this.
My other question would be $2 million for a parking lot. Does seem kind of high. That's
outcome.
You know,
is there a business or employee or directly involved? Are we creating jobs?
Of economic development is the bar is
negative fight in progress.
The bar
that's what he's done today.
Negative fight in progress.
Well,
that was his choice, not ours.
Okay.
Could have done what your husband did.
Starting JSON security scan. Placement scan negative fight in progress. Placement scan complete.
Thank you.
The terminology is tracked in the ordinance and
what was the language? You know what that was?
Placement scan complete.
The findings within the
placement scan complete.
2019.
The authority of both the
I remember originally
the terminology was tracked in the ordinance, and the findings were made. It is within the authority of both the city.
Placement scan complete. 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 Trim complete. Placement scan complete. Processed 20. Quarantined 1. Trim complete. Process. Trim complete. Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. Trim. Linux voice control restarted. Trim.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American. For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That right to me, and I gladly honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God.
Processed 18, quarantine 2.
Thank you very much.
luck in
What
your
a
studies.
place. I've been here before.
That's right.
We spoke with you before. Who knew it was going to turn out this well, though, really? I told you we're going to do a lot of things. Nobody thought it was going to turn out like this. This has been crazy. But it's a true honor to be back at the Detroit Economic Club with the businessmen and women who are really the economic engine of America. That's what you are. More of that since I've been in, a lot more.
You know, so I don't want that.
Factories and plants were going to close, and now they're going 24 hours.
I've got a lot of
what I want to do
is use some other time.
150
I find this fascinating.
24 hours a day,
I'm disappointed
around the
they met
clock.
and decided yesterday.
Wasn't running
I
that
would
way
like
too-
Peter or Mayor,
2 years
counsel them
ago, I
to
can tell you.
become exec or public, whatever it's supposed.
But it's the complex that Ford Motor Company so cherishes. It was a pleasure to see that the crown jewel of Detroit auto industry, is what they call it, is still going after 100 years. Can you imagine over 100 years? I especially want to thank the president of the Detroit Economic Club, Steve Gregorian. Where's Steve? Steve? Where's Steve? Hi, Steve. Nice looking man. Nice looking guy. And board chair Sandy Pierce. Thank you very much, Sandy. Thank you very much. And we have some very special people here. We have a man who's doing a fantastic job. I get angry at him every once in a while, but very, very seldom, because he just, he's got what it takes. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott? Hi, Scott. Hi, Scott. What a good guy. He's got a good pulse, doesn't he? Good pulse of what's going on. Thank you, Scott. He's been great. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Matt. Hi, Matt. We did good in Michigan, Matt. We won the whole thing in Michigan.
So anyway,
didn't we?
I just think that
3 times we won.
They should come forward.
You know
and
that,
they should
right? They didn't give us
explain
credit the
it.
second time,
I
but we
think
won
they
the
should have
second
waited till the lawsuit was over, because you're assuming
We made the last one, Matt, too big to rig.
I think part of the issue is that Councilman Kempsey's point is the Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums.
I think they should get voter ID. Wouldn't it be nice? The Democrats are totally against voter ID. Who's against voter ID? We are against voter ID. You know what it means, Matt, right? When you're against voter ID, you want to choose residentially. There's only one reason you want to keep refunding so much of those 93 million.
Renaming
Michigan Senate Republican leader, Eric.
20 files renamed.
44 million.
Thank you.
Which
Look
is
good,
nearly 50% less today. This is
Senator
the reality that
Jim
was his choice about many times.
Linux voice control restored. Starting JSON security
Former
scan.
Congressman Mike Rogers, who's running for the Senate, and he'll be a great senator.
Like they did.
He's going to be a great senator. He was a great congressman, and then he left. He went on to very big things. He did well, no matter where he was, and I think they took that away from you last time. I'll be honest with you, Mike. I really do. I don't like to get things going. I don't like to be controversial at all. But they rigged the election on you. Mine was too big to rig. You won. I'm telling you, you won. But you're going to do great this time. He's a great guy, actually. He's going to be an amazing senator. Thank you. Thank you for being here, too, Mike. Special envoy to Iraq, Mark Savaya. Mark. Hi, Mark. Thank you. Great job you've done. This guy, he negotiates better than anybody around. Thank you. You need it. With Iraq, you need it. You need to be a good negotiator.
To put on the
I also want to
next
thank
election in
Michigan's great
November to
congressional
build something
delegation. They're
bigger,
amazing.
get more kennels,
Back
get
in
more money, more
Washington, due to a
employees,
very important
whatever the
vote
case
that's
is. But I
coming up,
do tell you this:
they had a choice.
there is a
Sir, we want
whistleblower
to
in
be
your
with you, but
department,
if we're not with you,
and
we're
they
going
tell
to
me
lose.
stuff
But we'll still
every
be with
day.
you. I said, no, I'd
And they're
rather
killing. You guys
don't
are
worry
killing
about it.
animals
So we're going to win the
every
vote.
day for space, and you are listening
Representatives
under
Lisa McClain,
medical.
Jack Bergman, John Molinar, Bill
actually, we
Heisinger,
don't
Tim
euthanize
Wahlberg,
every day.
John James,
That's
and Tom
one.
Barrett.
And
They're
then
great
when we do
people, every one of
euthanize,
them.
it is laid out on the reports that are
And as
available
many of you
to all of the
remember, I
public
came here
every
at the
month.
height of the 2024 campaign to lay out my plan to bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to the United States
And in
coming back to the
2025,
great
we
state of Michigan.
humanely euthanized
And just a few weeks
20%,
later,
which
the
is
people of the state and the
20%
voters
of all
all
of the
across
ones
the
that were
country endorsed
euthanized.
that
And
vision
before
and
they're
a
euthanized
landslide
for
victory.
medical
We had
reasons, they are
won
seen by
everything. We won all
veterinarians.
7
Justice
states.
for all.
We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of. Oh, it's so nice to win the popular vote. I won the popular vote.
Process 18,
The
quarantine
first
2.
time they said I didn't win the popular vote, but I won the Electoral College. So they always said, well, he didn't win. This is the way I got introduced every time. While he didn't win the popular vote, he won the Electoral College, you know. So this is the way I was introduced for 4 years. And guess what? We said, I'm going back. We're going to
Look, I get it with the aggressive animals. I get it.
So they
You
can't
know,
say
the
that
ones
crap anymore.
that are literally medical
And the thing
sick,
that was
like,
most impressive, we
there's
won
no-
86% of all
treatment for
counties in
them.
America.
They're gonna die, they're suffering. I
2,702,
understand that. I understand we
525.
can't
Think
make
of
it
that,
a whole
2,700
no
to
kill Corpus
525.
Christi.
And that's
It's
why
not
when you look at the
possible
maps
because
on
of aggressive
Republican,
animals
Democrat,
and
with
the
red
ones are
being
sick.
Republican,
But
as
to
most
kill
of you know by
animals
now, I think.
because of
Every once in a
space,
while you see
because
one where
this
they have it
city
reversed. They said,
didn't
why
do
we do
crap
well, we think it looks better.
for
I said,
these-
look,
for the
red is
shelter for
Republican. Let's not try
years.
and
And we're
change the
so
voters'
behind on everything
minds on things.
on the
Just
shelter.
do it
That's the
that
last
way.
thing we care
The
about
map
this
was
council.
virtually all red. That was about the
all they care
counties.
about
That
was
the
other stuff but the shelters, but we're giving $2 million for a damn parking lot.
550, I
You know,
think is the
like-
exact number.
like,
Most
you know,
importantly,
and-
we won
and
a
when we talk about
historic
this,
mandate
they
to
say, hey,
make
well, maybe we can
America
find a
great
donor
again,
to
and
help
that's what
us
we're doing.
build some
We're making
kennels. It's
America
not their
great
problem,
again
it's
like
our problem.
never before.
This is a city problem. We need to fix this problem
And now,
for once
after
and for
less than
all.
12 months in
I mean,
office,
there's
this is the
literally
easiest
animals
fix to
dying
do. Have great people
every day
and
for
all
space.
over
You
the
guys
world.
would say
We've done.
it's not true, but it
Even
is true.
Venezuela wasn't too bad, was it, huh?
Our cremation machine was broken for months.
But you have people, Democrats, they
And
say,
y'all
I don't
dumped the
know if we
bodies
should
at
have
the
done
damn
Venezuela.
landfill.
I don't know.
That's
Anybody
sick.
that says that hates our country, okay? That
I mean,
was as
I think
flawless
part of the
an
issue
attack
is
as
that,
there was
to
ever
Councilman
been.
Canty's point is,
And they asked us to help them.
Dr. Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums.
Crane
He's a-
service for the
he's a
Maryland Bank
pediatrician.
Center for $500,000.
And he
We
may
have
not
money
have
for
the right type of
consultants. We have
help
money
to
for all
help
this,
with
but
this. And so
the
we've
animals,
helped Michael
the
Dice has
voiceless,
helped knowing that.
no, screw them,
But
right?
that's
Just
maybe the
kill
issue is
them.
that some could be unintentional. We're not
BS.
sure
It's
about,
not
did
right.
he know that
Al-Baghdadi.
How can you guys sleep at night doing that? Like, I just,
the region's water
it
supply
blows my mind.
We wiped out their nuclear capacity, which would have been very bad. You wouldn't
can't
have
wrap
peace
myself
in the Middle
around
East.
it.
Flawless. We did them all flawless.
And,
I
you
want
know,
to keep it going that way
the city
too.
is so screwed
I
up
like
that
flawless. Think about
we
Jimmy Carter, the
find
great Jimmy
people
Carter,
for
the
feeding
helicopters crashing,
animals
the
on the
hostages
streets.
all over the place.
You want us
Remember that one?
to not
Sleepy
feed
Joe
them and let
Biden
them starve.
with Afghanistan. What a disaster!
Graham,
The most embarrassing day.
that's some of the policy we'll talk about with the council. I'm going to probably be recommending a package.
Now, after less than 12 months,
you guys directly.
I'm back in Michigan
I have some
for
blame towards you guys
strongest and
because you guys
fastest
are telling
economic
me
we can keep
that
funding
it's
in our
somewhat
country.
close to
that it's
93 million.
no reason.
If we did not do that,
I know it's
There's never been,
BS.
we're not 12
44
months, we're through
million,
11 months.
which is
And I
nearly
just
50%
don't
less. We can't do
understand
it. We don't have the reality that we've talked to the council about many, many times in our budget.
You know, every time they say, well, we don't have the money for it. We don't have the money. We don't have the money. We don't have money. But we have money for other things. We have money for desal. We have money for the streets. We have money for
Voice control without.
We are here again
Problem
because,
is here,
you know,
public
after
safety
we
issues. We have aggressive dog owners. We have money for sick dogs that we're putting money for struggling and suffering already. And I just don't understand why
America is respected again like never before.
We're going to pay good money for a far-fetched study. They should be able to tell us what kind of far-fetched study we need to get.
Well, they will. So the 7 firms, right, that we have on the list right now, you could get 7 different opinions on what we need.
Scan complete.
In the procurement process, there has to be an understanding of what do you want.
1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. And we're something by almost every metric. metric. We have quickly gone from the worst numbers on record to the best and strongest numbers, the most dynamic numbers, and an economy that is far ahead of even my optimistic. I had a very optimistic schedule. I thought I didn't think it was, but people said it's very optimistic. Ahead turns out to be very pessimistic by compared to what we've done. But we'll go down as the greatest in history, greatest first year in history nobody's ever had, just based on the numbers. Based only on the numbers, not based on me, based only on the numbers. The greatest first year in history. You get these guys like the governor of California likes to say how well he's done. California's doing horrendously, but he says how well. We base it on numbers. There's never been numbers like this. Through 4 long years before I took office, crooked Joe Biden.
What are we going to do to fix this problem? Can we hire a consultant so we can put this on the agenda for November?
How many times have you heard
so we have hired a consultant, right? The city consultant is doing a great job. She's still on retainer with us. I would say the staff is doing, we got to be careful about, this is a tough job already. Coming up here and standing at the podium, and I know you're not shouting at them, but it's tough enough already. So I do ask for some level of care for the staff in this issue. We are doing the best we can do with the financial resources allocated. That's why when we do the budget every year, we sit down with the city council and see what are your biggest priorities.
They won the election.
This is a council decision, so if we want to get to where you want to get, Councilman, we can get there. Nobody wants to euthanize dogs or cats at animal care. These guys are the most compassionate people with animals in terms of city department staff. So the issue is, if we want to invest millions more, then we need to know that. And we sit down with the council at budget time. And we can't generate millions more, so we have to take it from some other place. So it's a prioritization, and that's what we need to hear from council this coming months. If you want to invest millions, we'll take millions. $100 million for the building, plus more million for operating. If we want to do that, we don't have we have to decide what we're not going to do.
It's not $100 million to pay for everything. I mean, how much does it cost to put a warehouse and some kennels, so we don't have to have this fancy building, fancy stuff? I mean, just when you're saying months, so we're going to have animals getting killed till we get our crap together. It's BS. We need to fix the problem now. Find a consultant, put it on the November election. Let the people decide.
We can do that too from you, and that's no problem. We can put on the ballot if you want to increase your property tax rate to build more kennels, hire more staff.
We have
then vote yes or no. That's a good policy recommendation, Councilman.
Almost no inflation.
And you said it right. That's unfortunate for the city. This area has been underinvested for decades. There's another decades of neglect.
Think of what we can do.
We're trying to catch up
for the rest of it.
We're spending millions right now. The council has prior approved, but they're also having to sell
everything's blessed. When's the last time we've done anything?
We have the greatest growth.
It's a minor thing, yes, in my 7 years, the kennels were built, but they weren't built even for adoption.
49 years. So when I say the history of
this council, we recognize that. We have the consultant give us the recommendation how to improve it.
You say 49 years is okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
But really, it's a policy, money choice. What do we not
I'd say 49. What sounds worse, 49 years or
less than ever?
I think 49 years almost.
Do we do libraries? Do we do parks?
As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months has been just 1.6%. The numbers we just announced just before I came on stage. And GDP is smashing expectations with the fastest growth for this country in many years. The fourth quarter is projected at 5.4%, and that's despite the Democrat shutdown where we lost at least 1.5 points. You know, the Democrat shutdown, we would have had close to 7.
Trim complete. Process 21, quarantine 0.
And if we keep deregulating and adding more capacity, like I saw today at Ford,
we don't recommend them.
if we don't raise interest rates every time, good news is mentioned. You know,
Renaming
in the old days,
do many other
probably
21 files renamed.
municipal
I'm
animal
younger
care
than
facilities. This is a tough
pretty much
position to
everybody in the
fill.
room. Now I say I'm older
And
than pretty much
we're still
everybody.
recruiting. We put
I like it
Linux
the other
voice
way
control
better.
restarted.
to give different
But
perspective
you're
who's
too young.
advertising.
But in the old days, when you
Next
had
week,
good
the
numbers,
position. They're working this
interest
week
rates
on
would go down.
finalizing the job spec.
When you had good numbers, the
I
market would
personally
go
have
through the roof.
increased
That's
the
way
level
we're
of
gonna make it
compensation
again.
in the job spec
That's
to
the
be one of the
old-fashioned way.
highest
That's
paid
the right
directors
way.
in the city.
Today,
I've
if
included
you
in there
announce
car
great
allowance,
numbers, they raise
clothing
interest
allowance,
rates to
a
try and kill it.
relocation
So you can
allowance,
never really have
and
the
a
kind of
sign-on
rally
bonus.
you should have.
And even with that, we can't
What
get a candidate.
happens
So
and what we want,
we're trying.
we're going to have a lot of
We're
great
trying
months,
like
a lot
hell.
of great
And
quarters.
the new recruiter,
I want the
hopefully
market to
will
go
bring
up.
it. We don't know who's done
You
this so
announce
far. We know
unbelievable
that.
numbers and the
We know
market
that.
goes
It's gonna be
down
good
because they know they're going to do everything possible.
Has more direct experience.
But they raise rates.
And that's what
So
we're doing
everyone says,
now.
oh, they announced great numbers, it's great. And the market goes down because they raise rates now. And the market goes up.
Council with
It's
Jan,
lower.
how would we phase in
20% to 25%. You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news,
to get to
the market should go up, not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the way it used to be for most of the time. That's the way you make a country great. But our growth potential is unlimited and could be much higher if we went back to Saturday. We're not doing it anymore. We're talking about
We need more
the head of a
kennels.
Fed,
I just
of
spent
the
time with
Fed,
city managers from
and I want
across the country.
somebody that when the market is
San
doing
Jose
great,
has
interest
like
rates can go
600
down
kennels.
because our country becomes
San
stronger.
Jose,
So you view it
California,
differently. Our
600
country becomes
kennels.
stronger,
We have
and therefore interest rates should go down, not up.
So we have 100
They
kennels. That's just
kill
one
every
city.
rally.
We can
Let's
give-
build 1,000 people
If
love their
it's,
animals
no matter
here in
who,
Corpus
if it's
Christi.
beyond me as president, it's no matter
But
who's
the point
president,
is
you have a good
we need more
quarter,
kennels, is
and
my
they want to
point.
kill it
So we need
because you're
more
so
kennels,
petrified
nobody's
of
denying
inflation.
that.
And growth
But then that comes,
and
you need more
inflation
staff to
don't
manage the
necessarily go
kennels.
hand in hand. You
And,
can
you
have
gotta clean
growth
them
and very
take
low
care of the
inflation. In
animals
fact,
and-
oftentimes
so
growth
that's why
is
we have
good
to show
for
you this.
low
We're not
inflation.
even close to being ready to show
So
you
we're going to work
anything
on
yet,
that,
but we got
Scott,
the
right? I
message.
think we're
If
going to
the
work on
council-
that
we
very
need
hard.
direction from the
I
full
mean it so
majority of the
strongly.
council.
It's
If
sickening.
you want us to
We announce good
get
numbers and we see the
information
stock
ready for
market
this
drops
council
300 points.
to
I
show
say,
you
what
it would
the
take
hell
to
is
get the
going on?
councilman can't use
Do you agree with me? It should be
policy
just the
desire.
opposite.
We can do that.
All right, Scott
Nobody over
agrees,
here
so
is
I'm
not
very
trying to
happy.
do that. We just need to make sure the
That means-
council wants
he
us to do
didn't
that.
agree, I wouldn't do it.
And then with Jan,
But we're already growing double, triple, and even quadruple the speed of almost every other major economy on earth. We're the number one economy on earth.
in the next budget,
And the results are in, and the Trump economic boom is officially begun. It's truly begun almost from the beginning. Almost begun if you look at it really from November 5th. You know, on another metric, just before the election, it was almost impossible to get people to join the military. We had the worst enlistment in the history of our country. The worst. You couldn't get people for the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, Space Force, the Coast Guard. You couldn't get people.
We've added 3 million.
And
the budget used to be 2
since
million.
right after
now it's
the
5
election,
million.
but especially since
So we've
after January
doubled the
20th when we
staff.
took office,
We've tried
we
to
have now the
bring in more
strongest
professionals.
enlistment
We're
we've ever
improving the
had
kennels,
in the history of our
but it's-
country. We've
it's-
never
it's
enlisted people so
incremental.
quickly,
And
so
what
easily.
the council has to understand in the
And we
community
enlist
is that
by
when you have
merit.
decades of
You know, we
neglect,
won a Supreme Court case that
decades of
said
bad
you hire by
decisions, we
merit.
don't turn things
You go to
around in
college
a year
now
or 2
by
years. It
merit.
takes a lot of time.
Everything's by merit. Our
Because
country
the title
became
29
great because of
policies,
merit.
we can be here for the
And
same
we have
issue.
done some
Libraries,
jobs.
parks,
But think of
police,
it,
for
a
5
year and a
years.
half ago, we had the worst enlistment
Sidewalks, to say,
in
let's fix
history.
this right
And now we
now.
have the best enlistment.
Things that
Things
demand money.
like that don't happen. You might go from the bad enlistment to okay, but you don't go from the worst in history to the best in history. But that's what we've done, every one of them. And that includes police and firefighters. It was very hard to get police, it was very hard to get firefighters. In 4 years of Biden, they secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So, 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In less than 1 year, I have secured commitments for over $18 trillion from all over the world, the most ever for any country.
Who knew it was going to turn out this well, though, really? I told you we're going to do a lot of things. Nobody thought it was going to turn
Like I said, I want to make sure that we treat people fairly and let the process go through beforehand. Now, I don't know, when they terminate the agreement, that doesn't have to come back to the council for approval?
Correct.
And concerned
The agreement's not
about
with the
that
council,
project
it's
and
only
what
with
you
the
all
type
need
people.
We can only approve the agreement if they decide to cancel it, but it might not be something
we can do it, so I don't want that, I don't want the public to
we
lose
should all
sight
have
of
the
that.
same opportunity.
I'm disappointed they met and decided yesterday.
Does anyone here
I would
know
like
how many
Peter or Mayor Council to become executive public.
It can be a government building. So those are all guidelines that the council has prior approved, but they're also consistent with state law.
Okay, I think it's so important that when we get comments, that we need to say statement of fact and explain to them what is going on.
124 part of that, for clarification, is I see that didn't the law for the aquarium, didn't the law change where it is
I appreciate those guys and they've taken a lot of scrutiny lately. We've been taking a lot of scrutiny. We're making good decisions. It doesn't necessarily have to be the decision that we care for because we want to circumvent the process. But I want to commend them and I want to commend you 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 guys there because you've done everything you can to try to help those kids on the west side. And I appreciate it. Thank you much.
And we can have a presentation and show what happened. And you can do it. It can be a government building in a few minutes and have an audience. So those are all guidelines that the council has presented. It can be a government building with state law.
Okay, I think it's so important when we get comments.
The council has prior approved, but they're also consistent with state law.
Okay, I think it's so important when we get comments. We need to say statement of fact and explain to them what is going on.
And the last part of that clarification didn't the law where didn't the law change where it is not only you're not only able.
I think part of the issue is to Councilman Canty's point. I think part of the issue is to Dr. Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums. Dr. Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums, and he may not have the right type of help. He may not have the right type of help. Michael Bice's help, and so we've helped. But that's maybe the issue is some could be unintentional. We're not sure. Maybe the issue is some could be unintentional. We're not sure about illegally tapped the cities.
Think of that, though. They did, and I'll tell you what.
Region's water supply system.
I think you guys know me pretty well that I don't misconstrue things, and I just have to come up and say that this is definitely just a misunderstanding between all parties. I definitely agree with a lot of you that this was done in haste between the Type B board because we didn't even know they were voting on it. You guys know me pretty well that I don't misconstrue things, and I just we've been working with them. This is definitely just a misunderstanding between all parties that are back. I definitely agree with a lot of you that this was done in haste between the Type B board and this. We didn't even know they were voting on it to try to make a mess. We've been working with him and all the work Dan's been doing. He's had our back trying to get us into these and get us resolving through all this. We've done what we can to try and make amends.
Legal matters like,
as far as the
and I would recommend that any matters involving existing legal matters like
One, it would be a disaster because you were having people leave. You would have not had 1 trillion. You would have had 5 trillion, 10 trillion leaving the country, and your welfare would have doubled. When you look at what's going on in Minnesota, is that a disgrace? Is that a disgrace? But we'll talk about that. Under Biden, we had the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62, it just came out, 62%. People are stunned. The fake news back there, look at those cameras rocking and rolling. No, the fake news back there is, they're very upset about it, actually. But they're stunned. They can't believe it. We cut our trade
We
deficit
don't have people that know how to do a
in
far-field model.
actually
We gotta
10
hire
months
a
was when the
consultant.
number
Just
came
wanted to
out.
clarify. I
We
don't
cut
like
it
the
by
price
62%.
Negative
increases.
fight in
It's going to go
progress.
better than that
Important
now.
decisions were
Busy
The stock
standby.
market is now the highest
want
in
to make
history
sure
since the
the
election.
and we
We've
do it right.
set all of those
Okay.
records,
Just wanted
and
to
I think an
clarify.
all-time record that's so important to me because so many people have them is boosting 401ks and retirement accounts for millions and millions of Americans, people that are in the police departments, the fire departments, people that are
down, here we are
construction
again.
workers.
I call it the zombie project.
A policeman came up to me recently, a nice guy guarding me. He's a perfect guy to guard me. He was a massive guy, big strong guy. He said, "Sir, you made me look so good in front of
Placement
my
scan
wife."
complete.
My wife thought I was a horrible investor because every time I invested, we lost money. And we
I was
have a
alarmed.
401k, and I'm
and
up like
concerned
85%.
about that project
She
and
thinks
what you
I'm
all
Warren
presented.
Buffett. She thinks
I
I'm
may have
brilliant.
told Eric, I thought
She's now
some of
calling
our
me brilliant.
response was a
Makes my
little
life much
excessive,
easier.
but
I love my wife much more now. She calls me brilliant every time. I said, "Don't worry, you're going to do even better for the next year."
I've got a lot of respect for
But one of the biggest reasons for this unbelievable success has been our historic use of
Process
tariffs.
21. Quarantine 0.
Mayor, council, then become exec, public, whatever.
Do you have any recommend that any matters
Any
involving
resources,
existing
recourses like
legal matters like
Renaming complete.
He could sue. We could go into
24
mediation.
files remain.
You know, with the Type B board, right, Miles?
Yeah, Type B board. The Type B board is not a mere board.
Linux voice control restarted.
There was the tariff that made America strong and powerful in past generations, and then we got off it and we went to the income tax system. Great going, fellas. You know, we were the strongest in 1887, relatively speaking. That was around the McKinley time, Teddy Roosevelt and some others.
Alarmed.
But we were really strong. It was all tariffs.
About that project
And I know what
and
happened.
you all
Some of these
presented.
countries got together and they say, "Hey, convince the United States it's no good, the tariff system is unfair to us." Some genius, I don't know who I want to get into, but some genius said, "Oh, let's go to the income tax." So instead of foreign companies and countries paying everything, the people started paying. And then after that, you had a depression, but that was a long time ago.
Determine that economic
Trim
development
complete.
in this particular
Process 18. Quarantine 2.
The city council type of assistance.
You're assuming
The
someone's
city
guilty
council
for
also
suing
has
Trim
the
complete.
discretion,
chance to
and this
Process
actually came out
21.
of
Quarantine
That's
0.
a concern
the
for me.
legislation that came
That
out.
we have, there was nobody on there that stopped and said, "Hey, let's wait until we get the final outcome." Nothing. The thing I do want to ask you is, you said that I think you got a ticket for watering on the day he wasn't.
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do
No.
a far-field model. We got to hire a consultant.
Parking lot. I want to do it, but use some other. I don't like the
Yeah.
price either, but this is probably one of the most important decisions we're going to make on this DSAL.
Right.
So we want to make sure the far-field study and
So
we do
we
it
can't
right.
do it. We don't have people that know how to do a far-field model. We got to hire a consultant.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. I don't like the price
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do a far-field model.
So we want to make sure we study either, but this is down. This is one of the decisions we're going to make on this DSAL.
We are here again because, you know, after we initially just voted this down, here we are again here again because, you know, after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie
Definitely something
project.
wrong with my button here. So I hope IT fixes it. I've been dealing with this all day. I'm at the last of the list.
That we are here again because, you know, after we initially voted this down, here we are again. I call it the zombie project. I call it what it is.
I want to do it, but use some other
killed,
funds.
and now we're still wasting more money. As a matter of fact, I just received an email again because that, you know, after we here initially because
I want to do it, but use some other funds.
initially was called the zombie project.
That's my soapbox.
We're we're still wasting more money. As a matter of fact, I just received we're still wasting more money. As a matter of fact, I just received an email in regards to the sample. The Cormix was also very flawed and does not show that we should have gone forward on this. And does not show that we should have gone forward on this.
1913, you had the tariff switched into income tax. And then in and they like to blame tariffs. You ever notice they blame tariffs? No, they brought tariffs back in 1932. They brought them back to try and save the sucker. But it was in 1929, because a lot of people, you know, the anti-tariff people. Now, an anti-tariff person is a pro-Chinese person, like Koch. This guy's fought me in every election I've ever been in, and I've kicked his ass. He inherited a lot of money.
Options are running out.
And I don't know the gentleman. But he fights me, and then he goes out and says, I made more money with Trump than I ever made in my life. And then he supports these other people that were total losers. Gives them a lot of money.
We were fair and equitable. We had a $35 million package. 7 shown here. The presentation bringing.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you.
I understand it.
I would always advocate that we follow due process, and if there has been an error, make the appropriate adjustments.
So we can't do it. We don't have people that know how to do a far-field model. We got to hire a consultant.
Mr. Snowden, you may not like him, you may like these ladies or not, but we can all be respectful. We just don't need to laugh and call them liars. It's just wrong. I'm not going to accuse you of anything. I don't know what y'all are doing over there. Is there a concern? Yes, there is. And I think that part of the problem is we can either give us a verbal report on the thing, but I would love to see Mr. Snowden get a report, come back with that, and make a court. So the public knows what is going on. What's the numbers, how many animals were medical, and I'd be curious to know what the medical reasons are, because I'm sure we hear people spread rumors, and there are some truth to rumors, and some of them just flat lies. You know, people get into that, and they believe things that aren't true. They come up here and say things that aren't true. Some are true, some aren't.
Initially voted this down. Here we are again. I call it the zombie project.
I would always advocate that we follow due process, and if there has been an error, make the appropriate adjustments.
Money, but he made more money. Everybody makes money with me. I always made money for people. Now it's tariffs that are making money for Michigan, and the entire country is stronger and safer and richer than ever before outside of that period of time. Now, if they had what was called the Great Tariff Act of 1887 or something like that, and it was a great group of people like yourselves. They picked really smart people to sit on a committee. They had so much money they didn't know what to do with it, and they wanted to have the money given away. You know, we built the Panama Canal out of tariffs. We did a lot of things. Panama Canal was the single biggest investment, relatively speaking, that this country's ever made. Would be the equivalent of trillions of dollars today.
You know, after we
and Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1.
Here we are.
It was also the most profitable thing ever built.
What it is, because it was killed, and now we're still wasting more money. As a matter of fact, I just received an email.
I would just like for us to do maybe a quarterly report, because we've been wondering what's going on. And I met one of your candidates, and thank God you didn't hire.
Was also very
so you didn't have the greatest candidates. I didn't think I only met one, and I thought, no way. So, and there are probably some problems here coming to Corpus Christi too, and we can blame this city for all of our animal problems, but it is the residences. They're the ones that have the animals, and it's cultural problems.
Shouting at them, but it's talking about already, so we can have a presentation and show what happens. It's more to try to get all these doing the best we can do.
To be addressed. We probably need to look at legislative this year for punishment of how Florida did, because they get away with everything, and it's wrong and mean, and nobody does anything. I think the laws are part of the problem. And I would, if the city of Corpus Christi really wants to...
Legal matters, like I said, I want to make sure that we treat people fairly. And like I said, I want to make sure that we treat people fairly and let the process go through. I don't know when they terminate the agreement. That doesn't have to come back to me. I don't know when they terminate the agreement. That doesn't have to come back to me.
In other words, like buildings and casinos or anything, the most profitable thing. Brilliantly, Jimmy Carter thought the country of Panama should have it. Even though we lost 36,000 people to the mosquito, you know that, right? To the mosquito and a certain snake, which is not a very nice reptile. You got bitten, it was over. It was just says bye-bye, everybody. We lost 36,000 people. Malaria, mosquito, and the snake. And he gave it away for...
TERS number 7, creation. That's a new TERS. TERS creation policy, so that as the request for new TERS
Starting JSON security scan. Starting JSON security scan. Placement scan JSON security scan. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Starting JSON security scan.
George Nora Victor 1791. George Nora
Starting
Victor,
JSON security. Starting JSON security scan. Trim complete. Processed 21. Quarantine 0. Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Placement scan trim complete. Process renaming complete. Quarantine placement scan complete. 24 files renamed.
500,000 visitor a year facility to maybe up to 600,000.
Renaming complete.
So this parking lot enhancement.
Renaming compiled. Linux voice control restart.
We ran out of parking today, or I should say in the summer. If you come to North Beach in July
Trim
on the
complete.
weekend, we're out of parking. The streets
Linux
are
voice
clogged.
control
What we're
restart.
really looking at doing is not only redeveloping 60 acres of the south end of the peninsula, but also how do we improve the infrastructure. And so we're going to